Spring is in the air, which means my allergies have gone to absolute garbage. Good evening. Fair enough. That is why we ended with Emma, because starting the stream with Emma, if I'm ever, like, not in a great mood, like, starting stream for whatever reason, which I really don't like to do that, considering I stream once a week, so, like, let's make that a good night. Really helps when Emma's on my screen to start that all off. You know, I played. For those that don't know, Persona 5 was the first game that I streamed on the channel in its entirety. I got Royal, like, right when it came out. Never played it. Never played it. Just sitting. You know how many games I've bought since, like, I started streaming and just have not played? It is aggravating. Because at the time, like, I was streaming, like, a lot. So if I wasn't streaming, I probably wasn't gaming, because it was like all my gaming went to the streaming. Because when you work for yourself, your hours can be all over the place. They don't have to be if you're more disciplined. Oh yeah, just getting right into the testimony. Trep's back for 1 week only. Trep. Welcome back. Trying to think of other weird fucking noises you'd hear on a mid-2000s American radio, like, morning show. Gunfire. Well, I can't remember what Family Guy season this was, but it was a perfect encapsulation on what those shows were like. It was really early, like when it was still tolerable. Brian and Stewie were doing a radio show. It was called Dingo and the Baby, and, like, if you watched it and you have never heard one of those, like, radio shows, you might think that's insane. Why would that? It was not a bad rendition of what you actually could have heard turning on Laser 105.9 or some shit like that. God, we're extra. That's the nicest word I can think of. Alright. The downside with Emma, I gotta go with Valley Girl immediately. That's not super as easy as it, like, as you might assume that it would be. Alright, let's go. The latest victim was Pere's zealot. He had been training under the high priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The high priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the high priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? Yeah, I will cross-examine the fucking witness. Been spotting inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. I could figure out why it failed. Maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Well, that's the thing. So, as an RPG fan, enthusiast, and not even just that, like the games that I've started playing since I've started streaming that I wasn't playing, but like Somnium Files, for example. When the fuck am I going to get to that? I guess after this? But when am I going to be done with this? I could play these games on my own, but like part of the reason I started playing those games is because people like watching me play those games. So if I do that, I'm just kind of fucking myself. Okay, so let's take a look at the evidence here. How much did they look into him? Of secrets. Yeah, he has that weird tattoo on his neck. Because, like, I'm assuming one of the things that's going to come up here is, well, depending on what that peach means, I wonder if it's, like, entirely anti-rebel, so then he couldn't have been the one, it couldn't have been a mistake for the rebel, because he very clearly has something on his neck showing that he is not, or some shit like that. I have heard nothing. If I haven't heard it from you guys, I haven't heard it. The only gaming news that like I will get right away is like the Switch 2 release, because everybody was talking about that.
Hold it!
Why isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection.
that's not how I would have started that if I were him. The verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. That is a good objection. That is a very good objection. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. That's not true. I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now. Yes. Yes, she does. Ugh. He didn't say no, however. Yeah, but what about however? Well, you mentioned that Emma's testimony might hold a clue as to why the seance failed. I did, but it's really just a hunch. That might mean there was a mistake made during the investigation. It would have to be information that would impact the seance. What could it be?
Hold it!
Oh, God. That's gonna be a thing all night, huh? I am not gonna have time to play the Switch 2 on launch, so there's no point in me buying it on launch. I am kind of happy, though, that I waited on Tears of the Kingdom, so I can play it on the Switch 2 now, which seems like it'll be a better experience, in theory. Xenoblade, that's another good example of, like, well, I have this game, and I'm just never going to play it. That's a game where, like, I could start playing it on my own, but I don't have the time to put in the amount of hours necessary for that to be an enjoyable gameplay experience. Yeah, everything was great until they were like, here are the prices, and we're like, I'm sorry, what? And then they were like, you have to pay extra for a physical release. And we're like, that doesn't seem great. And you don't actually even get a physical game for the physical release. Excuse me? Why? So you're paying $10 extra for a case? That is outrageous. The idea of going into like the whole you're not owning anything anymore. I don't like that. Obviously, I'm old. I'm gonna say that type of shit, but like I just feel like that's objectively bad from the consumer's point of view, and everybody should agree with that. Raincode. I have Raincode. I already bought it. Just never played it. I do want to play Raincode though. I might play Somnium Files first. I'm not sure though. But that would be in like the immediate like rotation that I'm looking at. Yes. Well, yeah. I mean, all the fucking tariffs or whatever. 2 years. Are you sure about that? The first one. I have not played any of them, but I have all of them. I got them like all like I got them, but was it 2 of them, 3 of them, whatever the bundle was? I got for like $9 or something crazy on Steam because I don't remember if it was Trep or Halucha that was like, dude, if you have not bought these yet, they are insanely cheap right now. Yeah, Steam's nuts. I was like, oh, well, here we go, perfect. We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. The other game that I've wanted to play that's a little shorter, and maybe that's the one I play next just because it won't last as long, is Amori. Because the more I like look into that game, the more I'm like, I really want to play that game. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But... I said no buts! Although I guess, chronologically speaking, that would have came after this testimony. I'm still gonna go with Princess Peach. Because, at least if you're a princess, how do you not have enough security? You know this shit's gonna keep happening. or maybe some self-defense. She's like kind of magical, isn't she? Maya, okay, well, Maya is too, but like Maya isn't the princess who has like an entire kingdom at her disposal. So when she gets, you know, put in these situations, like, yeah, okay, I suppose that might be possible. Yeah, and it's great because when you do that, you're kind of always putting yourself in this rhythm of like, well, now I have this game that I can play, and there's another game I want, but I can wait because I'm not even going to play it right now, and I can play these other games that I bought a while ago because I was waiting for them to come on sale. Now they came on sale, and I got them, and boom. Now you're in, as long as you're somebody who is okay with not playing something immediately, perfect. Absolutely perfect. That's true, but Maya isn't either. Wait. Wait. Has she been a defendant in every single game she's been in? Every single one. I guess it's only 4, but still. That's that's crazy high conversion rate. 4 for 4 is insane for like murder charges. Yeah, no, that's just a cameo, so we don't include that one. And besides, maybe they had just gotten out of her winning a trial right the day before. They're on the lake to celebrate. Oh, and she was kidnapped. In the what? Yeah, that's right. So we got that too. Jesus Christ. Well, yeah, so she's not technically the defendant in the case, but she is an accused. Which, the American judicial system, they would have had to have had a whole nother separate trial in regards to her being accused. And she would have been a defendant, but that's obviously not how it works here. But to me, that seems like a technicality that has no actual substance to it, because we know what the fuck we're talking about, right? She's accused of murder, but she wasn't a defendant. Well, okay. Was she accused of murder? Did we have to defend her? Yes. Okay. Ugh. It's not even how it would work out anyways. Again, we'd have to have a whole nother trial for her. It wouldn't be something where it's just like, oh, we accuse her, and now we're going to defend her and clear it here. That's not how that would work. Indicting Dr. Doom, defending Galactus. That's in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Oh my god. Okay. Well, hello there. She probably would have. Yeah, I'd agree. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Got his address wrong. Victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirits. Why, yes, that is indeed true. I love how she is constantly surrounded by mists, but Emma wasn't. If
he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They're not uncommon here in Karayan.
Oh, here we fucking go. What's the meme about, like, I'm sure there's many memes. I've been waiting my whole career for this moment. Oh dear. Oh boy. Well. We'll see where this goes. Illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday.
But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. Or was. I guess he's dead, so past tense. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time.
I'd always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Chinese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm.
Yeah, he might have known. How do you know he didn't know?
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony?
Well, fucking of course. Nah, I don't need that, Your Honor. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony.
It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. If you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Wait. How did we go from he might have been an illegal immigrant to the testimony being he was an illegal immigrant? What the fuck? Boy, that was... Why can't they just accept all the facts that quickly? Oh my god. Okay.
Hold it!
Excuse me. Oof. That is going to be a thing. So I'm just going to apologize in advance. I have taken too much Allegra as it is, so probably shouldn't take any more. Yeah, right? If I suggested that,
Where's your evidence that he was an illegal immigrant?
there's some way to track down his real name?
No, not if he was an illegal immigrant.
That's not true. Would it be easy? No. But if you can find some evidence of where he's from, you might be able to ask their government to assist in determining what his identity was. Because I will tell you, you could walk around if a client came to me with made up documentation and like they tell me this is who I am, and I'm like, okay, this is my story. Okay, that checks out. Let's file a petition for you for whatever you might be eligible for in terms of immigration relief. And the chances of the American government, the United States Immigration, Citizenship and Immigration Services that are reviewing the petition, the chances that they would come back and say, your petition is denied. You are not who you say you are. This is exactly who you are. This is your actual name and date of birth. This is who your parents were. This is what your job was. This is the exact date and time that you illegally crossed over the border of this country. This is who you bought your fraudulent The chances of that shit happening is very real. Oh, like, I'm not kidding. So this whole we don't know thing isn't entirely correct. Although, difference is the USCIS will have had months, possibly even years, to find that information. Whereas they have to do it in days. So that's obviously a distinction that must be made. It's just a matter of you could. Like, we have no way of knowing because he's no, it's not true. You could figure it out. You just don't have the time necessary. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Courtroom illegally? No, because we just fucking talked about it. We just brought up the possibility, which immediately got taken as fat. Oh my god. Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence, but you have evidence. But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Courtroom either. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there's a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really wasn't a legal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Okay, what was the thing with the peach? Records of who has what mark and where are kept at Temple. Does that include the tattoo? Or are they just talking about the mark that's on the forehead because they each have different marks? But like the diamond is the same. That's about the food. It has to be the tattoo, right? But like, I don't remember what the whole thing behind it was, and I don't remember, or I don't know whether it's best to show the newspaper. I would think it would be him more than anyone else than the newspaper itself, because this just talks about something generally. Wait, no, not even this. It's the autopsy, right? Yeah, there it is. But that's just his face tattoo. Somewhere on their bodies. Okay. So, I think it's either one of these two things. But that doesn't make sense because, like, he could be an illegal immigrant and still have gotten the tattoo later. It doesn't say anything about, like, you had to have been a Chinese citizen in order to get that tattoo as a clergy person. That doesn't make sense, now that I think about it more. What am I missing?
Objection!
Okay. Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. I honestly don't remember, like, what the peach was supposed to symbolize, so that's on me. I'm sure we will find out and it will be fine, but... What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Chinese native. This crime scene proves it.
It does!
A little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Chinese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Chinese. Wait. Wait a second.
Take that!
That doesn't. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna let him cook first before I cook him. I'll let him cook first before I decide to cook him. Look at this tattoo right here.
Well, that's the tattoo of a peach.
I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo.
Oh, the victim really liked peaches?
Well, peaches are our favorite delicacy here in Korean.
They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Ick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches.
After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach.
It is not of a peach, you say? Then what is it?
Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the High Priest's brow.
Oh my!
What? This mark is only borne by members of the Carinas clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different?
Okay. No. 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 That's not what you should be pointing. That's not number one. Like, bring this argument up after your primary argument, sure, whatever. It's not great, but I guess you could make that argument. You don't have to have been here from your birth or as a citizen to get that tattoo. Unless they're going to tell me that, like, all of their tattoo parlors here are like religious certified, like within their religion, and like you have to get a license or some shit in order to get a tattoo, and the tattoos are highly regulated. Even if that were the case, he could still have procured it through non-certified or licensed means. Apparently he did. If the problem is, though, if he were all this issue is because we don't have like his official records, right? So what would they have had to confirm that he was a citizen that they would not have given to the police? And what would be the motive behind doing that? I have never seen that episode of Beavis and Butthead, but I want to watch it. If he can hide a knife in his neck. Let's not go back to that. I don't want to go back down that dark place. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know they made a sequel where they were adults. That's actually really interesting. So anyways, my main point is that that's what his primary point should be. If he wants to argue in the alternative, that the shapes aren't actually the same, sure, but like that's not his strongest counterpoint.
So that is what you believe it to be, but are they not utterly different shapes?
Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red point is exactly the same as the mark all Chinese clergy bear. Hey, you're right!
Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right, but
that is entirely too much information, Your Majesty.
Wow. Who chose that location for you? I'd like to think he chose that location. Because he used to be quite the rebel himself.
Okay.
Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spots. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. Okay, so wait. Are we claiming that he was somebody else, the temple knew this, and then he assumed a different identity, but the temple didn't record where his mark was for his new identity? I think I'm missing something here. I'm gonna let Emma do her thing.
That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy,
Why we're gonna let him cook, apparently.
I have it all right here.
I would like a copy of that, please. not just take your word for it, and you're just reading off shit, and you could make anything up. Huh.
Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill?
There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu? Real Nemu? Real... What? What is this supposed to be? What am I missing? Oh, A. Like, A. Got it. So, Rio Nemu. That's okay. That's... Good lord. Oh, God. That's terrible. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Whew. All right. Let's, we're all professionals here. Let's just not laugh at the man's, given name. Okay. There is just one, and his name is Rio Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago. God. It is worse than Joey Joe Jr. Shabadoo. Considering that was like literally made to be the worst name you could possibly come up with at that given moment off the top of your head. Boy, was that written beautifully. Then that must be the victim's real name. Okay, well, it must be. So are you telling me that there was never another person? There's only one person in that entire list that had that tattoo on his neck? That doesn't seem like a particularly, like... I guess it might depend on how many clergymen there are. Because if there's only like 10, then yeah, that would make sense. But then I don't know what took him so long to read it. Yeah, that's true. It does sound like a fake name he came up with on the spot. Real Nemu. Ah, yes, that must have been his real name. Phoenix, not even thinking for a minute that sounds like a really stupid made up name. Or he could go by his, so a trick in like Dick's case here is if his first name is Richard, you could always initial the first name and then go with your middle name, like H. John Benjamin does. Which, like, if you can pull that off, that's actually really cool. Fake name. Yeah, you could you could do that too. I thought everyone's most favorite example, but off the top of my head, like J.K. Rowling. Just take the two initials and then your last name. And that must be the victim's real name.
But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one?
Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
She calling out the judge, like,
Judge, who cares at this point?
was J.R.R. Tolkien's real, like, full name. Ever. I didn't even think about J.R.R. Just everybody just says Tolkien. Like, that's what should have happened. It's been a, what do they call it, mononym? Just Tolkien. No other name. John Ronald Rule Tolkien. I guess I don't know what I expected. I'm assuming George R.R. Martin goes by George R.R. specifically because there's probably a lot of George Martins. There's actually a reason this happens. The reason that I actually just alluded to is a reason why it happens in Hollywood. Or not even necessarily Hollywood, but if you're an actor. And I think I've mentioned this before, but when you register with, I think it's the Screen Actors Guild, at least there used to be, I'm not sure if it was a rule or just a general policy that was followed, but like you did not want to register as someone as the same name as somebody else. So if there was a John Smith already registered, you would want to say, I am John G. Smith, or some variation of that. J. George Smith instead. So like you would purposefully sort of rebrand yourself that way. The reason I know this is because my wife's father's name is Michael Duncan. He registered his name as the first, or at least the only Michael Duncan on the Screen Actors Guild. So Michael Clark Duncan, the reason why he decided to go about it that way is because there was already a Michael Duncan, so then he decided he would use his full name. For those that know who the actor Michael Clark Duncan is. But, yeah. Now I think about it, I don't even know if that story's true. That's just what I've been told from actors. I'm assuming they're not lying to me. Okay, well, thank God. Thank you, you guys, for... Because I suddenly had a crisis there, like, have I been lied to this whole time? Because I never bothered to, like, cross-check that fact. It's just like, oh, I've been told that. So, Michael J. Fox. Okay, that makes sense. Bill Murray's brother, Brian Doyle Murray. Michael A. Fox. I'd be an asshole if I called myself Michael A. Fox. My God. Who would have actually thought that? I can understand that, like, being so worried about something so stupid potentially actually happening. But, like, come on. Who's gonna do that? Michael A. Fox, what a fucking asshole that guy is. Thinks he's so sly. Yeah, it's not like his name was Michael King, and he was like Michael A. King. Call yourself a fox, whatever. Call yourself a king, on the other hand. Well, country kind of has a mixed history with kings. Well, you shouldn't, Jake. You fucking run with that, because it's awesome. First of all, Fox is like one of the coolest last names you can have. Don't even worry about what your middle initial is. And if somebody says that, wow, he's a fox, then good. If they hate on it, fine. They're just mad they're not a fox. Their fault, not yours. Man. Fox is such a cool last name. Anyways. Nick, that's not... Oh, yeah, I said that already. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, divination seance might finally work.
A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. Normally they've really slanted against you. You are but digging your own grave, defense.
Well, given that we have literally nothing else going for us right now, I think this is fine. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope.
Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more.
Okay.
Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool.
Oh, here we go. I was hoping. I was like, okay, I don't want her to be her personality and voice to be too much like Francisca's, because otherwise it's just younger Francisca. But I'm like, she didn't say fool. As long as she didn't drop a fool, there'll be no confusion. But now it's ruined. Isn't that why, no, it was the opposite. The Estevezes, became Sheens. Does anybody know the story about why that happened? It was, what's the dad's name? The dad, he's super famous. Michael Sheen, right? Then Charlie Sheen, and then Emilio Estevez. Like, oh, okay. Martin Sheen. God, I'm such a fucking moron. I'm like, he's super fucking famous. There's been a ton of great movies. It's his fucking name. So we have Martin Sheen and Charlie Sheen, and then Emilio Estevez. Was it just like a, if this is our name, we're not going to be popular, so let's make it simpler sort of thing? Yeah, no, I was like, it's an M name. That's all I could remember off the top of my head. You should still be worried, though, because I should not have forgotten that.
You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise.
Bring it on, princess. It'd be awesome if she's just like, it just immediately reveals it wasn't Maya. We're just like, oh, sick. Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights.
You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence.
Well, I've done it before already.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Just realize how fucking annoying it must be to walk around with two bells on your wrists. Jesus, everywhere.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
It does read more like a dig, like, bring it on, princess.
O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
tell. She's going to create this image so that everybody can see what happened. That's the dance that has to be done in order to create this image. What in the genuine is this? The Punisher theme. That shit was banging in the background as he got fucking murdered. I forgot, he had just been sitting there praying, so I don't know why I expected there to be anything else going on other than the senses. I've never seen Jimmy Neutron, but that's that is a nice little Easter egg. Shane Estevez. I do live kind of by a train track. Like, I live close enough where I can hear it, but I'm not, like, right next to it, because that would be, oof. Oh my! It is. I was like, didn't we see this? I'm like, I'm gonna let it go because I had to put some Vaseline on my nose so it doesn't get all messed up with all this nose blowing and shit I have to do. Otherwise it'll get really red and ugh. Which kids show thing would I prefer to die to? DuckTales. Yep, DuckTales. At least I'm gonna be smiling my ass off as I die. Here in Duckburg. Yeah, okay, let's not. I'm gonna want to try to speedrun that's DuckTales, so let's not do that.
It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Pray tell it wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments.
But all we could see was the ground. What did you expect? It was his final moments. He's standing. Oh my god. Okay. I feel stupid for not like, oh yeah, of course. And Phoenix is like, well, why? Well, use your brain.
You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts?
Man, you know, it's kind of sad. I think I watched the first 4 seasons, but that was so long ago now I don't even remember the theme. Which is disappointing. Ugh. Pick up on that at some point.
I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that is so... Okay.
Never, ever, ever, when the defense says conclusive, is it actually conclusive? So I don't even want to read this. You already know it's garbage. Just, oof.
Ooh. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt.
It's like a disease when you become a prosecutor that you are incapable of properly understanding what the word conclusive means. You did?
Ah, get wrecked, Mr. Wright. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Sadmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found?
The Plume Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strap. And you press the Magatama on the Plume Punisher's belt.
Everybody just silently jamming to themselves. Ah! Whoops. Okay. That's actually some good evidence, though. It's not conclusive, though. It's still circumstantial, but it's pretty good. It's relevant, at least. I'll give him that.
It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime.
Well, why would she have done that, though? That seems silly.
I would preferred the accused wanted to get amped up during the crime, so she pressed the button to get herself in a killing mood.
Digimon's good. The Pokemon theme, the original, the Kanto theme, would also have been... That would have been pretty good, too. Sailor Moon, that would have been a fucking jam. The English version, the cheesy English version. Not the superior, but I like it significantly less Japanese version.
All about that nostalgia, man.
What happens when a prosecutor calls inconclusive evidence conclusive? The other attorney goes, "That's not conclusive evidence." And then the judge probably was like, "Yeah."
This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye?
So, like, if there were a jury that they were making these arguments to, it would then be on the defense's, as the defense, you would want to make sure that the jury is aware that it is not, in fact, conclusive, as they say, because of X, Y reason. But you still have to do that as the defense attorney. I've clerked under a judge with a good sense of humor. There's a surprising amount of judges that will actually have a sense of humor. I think, and this is just speculation on my part because I've never like talked to them about it, but I think the idea of being able to find levity in the midst, even a little bit of levity in the midst of just a whole lot of hot garbage, is very appealing. Well, right, and that's why a corrective instruction won't usually, like, as the defense, you can't rely on the judge to make a corrective instruction. Like, you still have to make sure you explain why it's not conclusive. Otherwise, the jury will just be like, eh.
This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world.
No. No. Now, that doesn't mean it's the only item that plays that theme. That is something I would make sure that everybody understood. But this is not what you want her to say in this situation. Oh my god. But that's the problem, is like, there could have been other sources of that music. And he's assuming, because she had it, it must have been that strap. Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense why they do it. That's the old Udgy. You were the last person who spoke, so I agree with you completely. The parties are advised to chill. And like, there is sort of language like that you'll find in older cases too. It's not like older judges didn't have their own sense of humor. It's just the language was more of the time, so you might not necessarily catch it because you don't know that that's how they were being funny. And then there was the judge. Fucking, oh, what's his name? If I remember correctly, I never remember his fucking name. If I remember correctly, he was a Supreme Court judge who never wrote any type of opinion, concurrence, dissents, whatever, throughout his entire career, which is extremely weird. Except for one instance and he wrote a dissent, and the 2 words that he wrote were, "I dissent." Like, you have to have a sense of humor to have done that, because that's so absurd. He was, I think that was that a decision from like the 30s or 40s or something like that? Maya, no! You idiots! Okay, witch, Jesus.
It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you.
Okay. So, and I don't know his history, but most judges, to get appointed to the Supreme Court, because our chambers in Congress have to, or the Senate at least, has to confirm the appointments, and they're not going to confirm somebody without experience, generally speaking. So, like, he had to have had experience as a judge before being confirmed to the seat. And if I saw that a judge had never written an opinion before, or very rarely did it, I would have some questions as to their suitability of being on the bench, because that's half your job, is writing out what your argument has been behind closed doors so that the public knows. God, it's the funniest shit, and I can never remember what case it was. I have it highlighted in my book, but I have like 20 books, so I don't know which one it is. She sure seems to be enjoying this. And like, you know that motherfucker disagreed with whatever the decision was, considering he never wrote anything, and dude felt compelled to write, "I disagree." Oh my god. Well, yeah, because it doesn't matter what happens during oral arguments. Clarence Thomas doesn't fucking care. That's why that's one reason why he's a fucking terrible judge. The worst, in fact. Piece of shit. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. I'm not going to be arguing in front of the Supreme Court anytime soon, so I'm not particularly worried about Clarence Thomas knowing what my opinion of him is. It is time to accept the thing. Not even if I were to do it, it wouldn't fucking matter, because he'd have his mind made up one way or another anyways.
It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused.
And it's as conclusive as evidence can get.
No.
Oh my god. That is not, in fact, as conclusive as evidence can get.
It's one thing to say that's as good as it's gonna get, because the case is like shit otherwise. Like, oh, I guess we're not gonna get as good as evidence as that in this particular case. Sure. But it's saying that's conclusive, on the other hand. Whew. Which 6 words for an opinion is crazy. And they're just like, we agree?
Okay.
I disagree. agree.
Objection!
Now, if there are no further... Okay, I guess there are further objections.
Slow down there, Your Majesty. That's a load of horse shit. At least let me make a counter-argument.
What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance?
Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. That's never stopped me before. Divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly.
You do not know when you are beaten, do you, foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the mitama of the deceased. If you believe there are to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it.
Tom, I know they've, like, kept track of, like, or started to keep track of, like, how many words or something, like, justices do. Is there any way to figure out, like, have dissents become longer in recent years? Because I feel like they have, but I don't actually have any proof to confirm that. I know they keep weird stats like that sometimes. Yeah, that's the problem I have. If I see that the dissent is super fucking long, I immediately am worried. I'll still read it all and give it its due, but, like, it happens all too often where it's like, you should have cut this off, like, halfway through. You've gotten your point across. Now you're just angry. Which, like, sure, be angry, but, like, there's a concise way to present your anger. They're not generally that unhinged. At least not in public. Yeah, I don't know if it's just like, it's because I've noticed it more, or it's because I wasn't really reading court opinions before 2011. It could be that this is how it's always been, and I just was never aware. Yeah. And I understand because I probably would have written a dissent just as long as he did in that case.
The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plume Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant he departed from this world.
I mean, I just voted in an election where Elon Musk came to our state and said, I'll pay 2 people $1 million to come to our rally and sign this petition. Oh, and we'll give $100 to every single person that signs this petition in general. And that was considered okay. And if you think that's okay, you and I have fundamental disagreements on how elections should be playing out. So let me just, I was going to say something significantly more harsh there, but let me just leave it at that. Because if somebody can buy an election, your system is trash. Now, you will all be happy to learn the state told him to go fuck himself anyways, which was great. And he supported did not win. So, happy ending, all that, but like the fact that it happened in the first place and it could happen again and have different results, very, very, very concerning. Yeah, Tom, that's the election I'm talking about. I don't want to get into the politics of all this because then I'm just a different channel. But one thing I'll say is I have met and have an idea of how that candidate used to be when he was in his lower, like before he rose to get to this point. Before a certain man came around in 2014, started spitting his inflammatory rhetoric, this other man was, at least on the surface, a very different person. And so for me, it has been personally very disappointing to see this de-evolution of people as they start to follow that nonsense. Because I will tell you, international viewers, a lot of people that are the way they are right now, 15 years ago, they probably weren't like that. Oh, it's so disappointing.
That is everything the deceased's experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true.
Didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are not rarely, because they're always stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensations very carefully. So the food, heavy. It's interesting that it was heavy. The reason why it was such a big deal in this election is because this has been the most expensive state Supreme Court election in history, apparently. Like, nationally, not just our state. And the amount of money he put in and lost. Oh, and then he was super happy. Oh, well, we got this win where now we require voter picture ID for elections. And it's like, dude, that's been a law in our state for like over a decade. They're just putting it in the Constitution. It literally changes nothing from what we've been doing for over 10 years. So that like butthurt rationalization from him was, what a fucking moron. Oh my God. Okay, so food. Here's the. What's heavy? It's heavy before he gets stabbed. That's really interesting. It's interesting because he's supposed to be like this super like focused like monk, right? So why would he have been feeling that? Something else happening prior to the pain? Oh, held the defenseless victim down. Held him down and then plunged What's even the point of that if he's already in a defenseless position? Let me just hold you. I need to make sure it gets in the exact right spot I need it to be in. Okay. Yeah, that would make sense then. Because if he's sealing the heavy all the way through, then yeah, that would make sense to hold him in order to stab him and then have him not spring up. It'd been different if heavy went away like once the pain came, but it's there the whole time, so that makes sense. Someone was there. In that instant he departed from this world, I mean, he didn't die instantly. At least it seems like he was alive for at least, I don't know, what's considered instantly? He felt pain and then was still there for like a second. I guess that's pretty instant, but is it really instant? Wait a second. Wait. That dude was not bent over on the ground. Oh, but I hate when this happens. This feels like this might be something that's like 3 steps ahead of what the game, where the game wants you to be. So now I have to potentially backtrack, and I'm not great at doing that. I mean, like, it is the same here, but the handprints are there. That, and can we see... No, I don't think we can see that high. Okay, yeah, no, we can't. Okay, so they intentionally make it so that you can't, which makes sense, see above the, like, where the purple comes into play. I wonder if that's just a crazy coincidence, or if they actually planned that. Like, hey, he's killed here, but we're gonna move him and put him exactly how it would look on that carpet in that same spot. There's like another thing here. He died at 4 or 5 a.m., but dude was really thinking about that food that he had sometime between noon and 3. Really thinking about that food like 12 hours later. which is also strange. We're sure it's the Plume Punisher sound, right? And it wasn't Steel Samurai? I don't think it didn't sound like Steel Samurai. Or at least he heard it as the Plume Punisher. Otherwise it would have been Plume Punisher, question mark? Oh, we can use the... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so... You have this weird food issue. Oh, but wasn't that food like extreme cocaine or some shit like that, where you eat it and it lets you stay awake for 3 hours without rest? So I guess that would be a reason why you would still be thinking about it. But is that what the game wants me to think? It did also stink. 3 days. Did I say hours? 3 days. God. When you're my age, you can't go 3 hours without rest. Oh, Lord. So That is becoming an adult. Okay, how do I pause with B? Oh, he wasn't thinking it, he was actually smelling it. Why would he smell it?
Objection!
Why would he smell it at 4 or 5 a.m. when he apparently died, when you would only be serving it between 12 and 3. So why would he, I mean, it stunk, but like, would he still be smelling it? Oh, I also have to, fuck. I have to make sure it's on the correct thing, right? Which I'm not sure if I did. The Knights of the Wright. It would be here. Like this?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Yeah! Yeah! Was it really the Knight of the Right?
What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after...
You mean Acolyte Nemu?
after killing the High Priest during the purification rite.
The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that.
What's this?
Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Gingil. It's Gingil, right? Jesus Christ. Gingil. Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Gingil on the Night of the Rite.
What do you mean?
judge should already fucking know this, shouldn't he? Like, I thought this, well, maybe it's not common knowledge. Let me back up my statement with some more evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled gingival on the night of the rite. This statement made by some other person that is not currently a witness on the stand.
Take that!
The high priest's wife, believe in me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. Trust me. The feast includes a number of gingival-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite.
Well, I believe you're right. I'd completely forgotten about that.
Yeah, I'm sure. During the feast, the unique smell of gingival pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. It could be an affidavit, but that would also be a potential problem. If I'm the prosecution, I'm like, bring him in. I guess not in this case, because, like I said, apparently it is common knowledge, or at least knowledge enough that the judge would know it. And she's not really saying anything. We're not using the statement of "we had the feast." She's simply saying this is the time in between in which that food is served, generally as custom, which everybody here is fucking aware of custom, so not really a big deal in this circumstance. I am not so easily fooled. Oh god, now she's just throwing that word around willy-nilly.
That autopsy report not make it clear. The estimated time of death was during the rite.
Oh right, I taught her about that yesterday. God damn it. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change.
What's this?
Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent.
I believe I have heard something of the sort before.
I would certainly fucking hope so. If you had more trials in your life, you'd probably know that a lot more. A lot better, I should say. Actually, you've heard some expert witness testimony in your life.
And as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised.
The revised autopsy report.
Ugh! Barbed head, you blinded me with science!
How dare you? No. Not updated. Revised. Oh, this is the new age of Ace Attorney. We get revised autopsy reports now. Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for?
No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible.
Ick. The change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of inconsistency. Something that showed what it was like on that day could really help. Okay, but weren't they... Huh. You'll blow my nose a ton real quick. Bear with me. I will be right back. Not feel like I blew it enough. That's what she said. Maybe. I never knew. I never understood what this, like, why is chai tea still tea? Because chai tea is super creamy on its own, isn't it? First of all, it tastes better than any other tea, so that right there makes me suspicious. it is just a tea and then you add cream to it, then why do you generally add cream to other teas? I feel like it really enhances tea, generally anything, that it, or maybe I'm just used to, for whatever reason, whenever I get chai tea, it's always creamy. So it makes me wonder, why is that not the case with other teas? Anything that's giving it more substance. Condensed milk, cream, I don't care. It's gonna taste better when you add that. I guess that's what Trep said a while ago when we talked about tea. I'm like, I fucking hate tea. And he's like, well, this is what I add to my tea. And I'm like, I've never added that to my tea. And he's like, well, that's probably why you hate tea. Cream is significantly fattier than condensed milk, from what I know. But I honestly don't know what makes it cream versus condensed milk. I guess whipping it? And we might have just been talking about sugar, nothing else. Just like, yeah, I add sugar to my tea, and I'm like, that's a hell of a fucking innovation there. Okay, so isn't it weird that if it's the afternoon of the day before, well, if the sound was going off, was Maya there? We have something to show that Maya was with... I don't remember when she left. May 9th. This was May 9th. This is... But it would have... I'm just gonna surgically remove my nose. That'll cure me, right? Just surgically remove my nose. What? Oh, I see. Oh God. I guarantee you that the well no, because I can't even the name instead of Voldemort would be significantly worse without Tom. I don't know, maybe with Twain there's a few extra letters you're dealing with. That does sound bad. That sounds awful. Okay, let's see here. Let's go. Victim's offering up his prayers. Day before the rite, which I guess how would he have been offering up his prayers if he was two places at, because he couldn't be two places at once? But that no, that's not it. Someone was there. Name for Plume Punisher filled the air. What we just talked about is that her fingerprints are on the alleged murder weapon. What? I don't think we're here yet. I don't think we're here yet. Oh! That played the theme. The clock. But I'm not sure we're at that point yet. Because it doesn't... That would address the location. I think I'm supposed to be focusing on the Plume Punisher now, but I'm not sure exactly where I'm supposed to put it.
Objection!
Not this. It is. If it is that, that's not the right spot. I didn't think... day. I'll try something else. I don't think this is right, but I need to do it for my own.
Objection!
Okay. That's not... That's... Okay, I didn't think that was right, but... Just wondering if I was being stupid. Oh god, I'm never doing that again. That takes for fucking ever to reload. In that instant... Well, I like that they make you, like, because you can't use your evidence here. Which, I mean, it's kind of an artificial, like, artificial difficulty that doesn't necessarily make sense, because why shouldn't you also be able to use your evidence in conjunction with whatever you're doing? But I still like the idea of, like, you have to focus on what's in front of you here.
Objection!
Okay, so I thought I'd go with, like, well, you didn't die instantly, so get that out of the way. What? When did I... When did I select the Plume Punisher? Was it on this one? Was it on this? I think it was on this dialogue option. Or this, slide or whatever. Huh. I did this one right.
Objection!
I want to make sure I... 'Cause I couldn't remember which slide I did it on. Give myself a reset here. Never mind. Someone was there. I'm gonna take my consult.
Nick, have you found any inconsistencies yet?
I've been trying my best, but
I didn't notice any problems with the sensations that appeared.
I guess we better focus on what the victim saw.
What?
Okay. Yes, I suppose it's been part of the site the whole time. Okay, so maybe it is time to bring that up then.
Objection!
Not that. I thought was, well, if he wasn't actually offering up his prayers, the site would... But the site doesn't actually prove that. But he wouldn't actually be offering up his prayers if what he was looking at wasn't the actual carpet. Oh! 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 Okay.
Objection!
That makes sense. The plaza's ground. That makes sense. Change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's the... Man, she is really angry.
What's this? Oh, you are making that irritating face again! Cease that at once!
God, just tell him you have a crush on him already. Jesus Christ. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Fucking... I would never respond with that comeback when somebody's like, that irritating face. Like, well, it's the face I was born with. Yeah, that would suck, wouldn't it? Now let's focus on what is important, what the victim saw in his final moments.
You have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head. There's nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes.
That's what I find so strange. Oops. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Okay, that's what I was missing. That's what I was trying to look for in the evidence that I couldn't find. Like, when was the carpet actually rolled?
Impossible, you say? Do explain.
This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. On the ground? Oh! The ice!
Take that!
Okay. Okay. Yep, I missed that. That's pretty good. That's what I was looking for, and I just kept overlooking it. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. Although I guess the reason why I wouldn't necessarily have thought that is, why would the carpet still have been on the ground? Wouldn't you have taken the carpet off and you could have placed the carpet on top of the ice? Not that that's a big deal. It's possible they just left it there. Though it is kind of strange. But nothing out of this world or anything like that. What? But... especially when you're like up on a mountain. Like, I feel like you'd want to wait to roll out the carpet.
Victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground.
Exactly. It could be bolted down, but why would you do that? The whole point of this thing is that there's always going to be some weight down on it when people are actually using it. Then what's the point of bolting it down? I feel like it's just going to get worn a lot faster. But this isn't a question of how one must be upkeeping their rugs. That's simply I would personally do it this way sort of thing. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? God, I sound horrible.
If you have something to say, then say it.
Last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere.
What?
What? What?
What?
Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed?
Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless.
How about that? I hadn't gotten to that part yet. You would have if you actually looked at your fucking evidence. Any ideas about? Bro. Okay, I need you guys to understand. What just happened, just now, that was a genuine bro reaction from me. Do you understand how angry I have to be about something or frustrated for me to actually utter the word bro? Because I fucking cannot stand how overused that term of addressments or whatever is used today. It's absurdly, if I may use another word that's overused, cringe to keep calling someone bro. Like, if you're doing that all the time, don't do that. Like, learn how to address somebody without having to call them bro. I was watching that video that Moist Critical was looking at with that whole boating incident, and like, the whole time you're like, that other dude's a fucking asshole, right? Not the guy that's taking the video.
but god damn did it annoy me how often, what was his name, like Gage or something like that, like, okay, how often he, bro, I'm like, shut the fuck up. Stop saying, you sound like such a goddamn idiot every time you do that. Just know that. You address me that way and you keep saying that word over and over again, I'm gonna think you're a fucking moron. Because you sound like an idiot. Oh my god, it's obnoxious. And so for me to actually drop a bro, like, I have to be very frustrated. Very frustrated. Oh. Okay. Any ideas? Let me think. Yeah, Aoife annoyed the... I haven't even played, like, through the event yet. Or, like, the most recent quest or whatever. So I only saw him for the one scene, and he was fucking obnoxious. Which sucks, because I love his design, but stop saying the word bro so much. You come off as fucking brain dead. God damn it. Tom was like, well, see, Twain, the problem is that statement's actually ambiguous because you could be talking about the word bro, or you could be talking about actually physically dropping a bro off a balcony, a frat bro, because of your frustration. Well, okay, so the text thing is kind of weird because when I text somebody, I text people the way that I talk. Like, very much. I will very deliberately use like weird contractions and stuff like that in the way that I would normally talk. Because I think that's how you should text. But a lot of people don't text the way they actually talk. So if it's done a lot in text, I try not to hold it against people because I know they don't actually... Some people text differently from the way that they talk, so I try to be patient with it, I guess is the best way to put it, but you still shouldn't. The thing is, if you do, because like a lot of the people that I do text with that will say that, don't ever actually say that word. Like, if I'm around. So, okay, it was just a text thing for some weird reason. So, yeah, and that's like, I would prefer you use it a lot in text and not say it ever. Like, that would be my preference. If you can do that, I can be patient with it. If it's when you say it out loud that makes you sound like it's more idiotic to, for me at least, to continually use it over and over again out loud to address somebody. Nobody can defend Diddy. That dude's fucking... Ugh. Hey, brothers... At least there's something more refined about brother, saying the full word. But yeah, if we have like, because when did that become popular? Like 10 years ago, maybe a little less. I mean, it's always kind of been a thing, but it like really blew up, right? Anyways, if we got like a tier list of like shit that came out of the most recent 10 years, bro would be bottom tier. Yeah, and like I said, I can be significantly more patient with it in text than if we were actually talking in person.
It's way more annoying in person. I believe in you. I will tell. Oh God. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. All right. No, it's a good idea. I've been frustrated for too long. Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? Okay, I need to show you guys something. Sorry. I have considered making a very stupid purchase recently. Like, I mean stupid. I should not be considering purchasing this thing at this price. For those that may not be aware, Magic the Gathering had the card game recently had a set drop, that SpongeBob theme. And there is a card, a very iconic card that, let's just go to this listing. How about that? There's a very iconic card for a very iconic of the 5 colors. It's called Counterspell. It is a it counters a spell. So you try to play a spell and it counters that spell. You can't play it. It goes away. There are basically 2 types of Magic players. Blue players and people that don't play blue. I'm a blue player, so I'm very much pro Counterspell. If you're not a blue player, you are very anti-Counterspell. Anyways, they memed something so wonderfully beautifully, but then they also then made a special variation of it that was even better. Let me share the This is outstanding. This is incredible when you understand the context of why it is the way it is. It's both funny as the blue player and it's funny as the non-blue player. Because you can both use this fucking meme in the way to, like, support your own stance of it. They knew exactly what so the special part of it is the upper and lower case. The base version here, like you can see they have the base version that does it just has normal like lettering. It doesn't have the whole upper lowercase thing. So these are incredibly rare pulls. There's significantly fewer of these than the normal pull, and so the fucking price is very reflective of that. And I have never graded any of my cards. I've started putting a lot of my old sports cards together and thinking about getting some of them graded. I haven't been a Magic collector since like 2002. That's when I decided I'm just gonna focus on being a player, and like I'm not really worried about collecting cards and like, oh hey, this is my collection. Like I'm not really worried about that. I just want cards to use them. I'm considering getting that to get it graded and just have it. And that would be the first card I just purchased just to have since 2002. So grading a card, you get the grade is based on the condition that the card is in. A perfect condition card is a 10. It goes down based on 9, 8, 7. So if you get something in near mint, you're assuming your card is going to be graded somewhere between 9 and 10, and that adds legitimacy to it as a collector's item. So that if you decide you want to resell it, the grading proves that the card is in X condition, because the card's sealed in the grading. Well, it's not a top loader, but the protector, and it has its grade above it, saying that it's officially certified graded by whomever does it. So that's what grading is, and that's why grading is considered a big deal for the purpose of a collector's item. You can get figurines and shit graded now too, which I didn't know that until like last week. I think I found that out. Well, Tom, $400 for a Magic card, like, that's expensive, right? Some of the older shit now, that when I first started playing in the year 2000 were like $400, are now like $40,000. It's crazy what happened to Magic card prices. Being a collector is prohibitively expensive now. It's very unfortunate. And it sucks because I was 14 in 2000. I couldn't buy a Black Lotus for $400. Like, I really wish I could have, but I didn't have the fucking money for that. If I wanted to also play, I couldn't get cards so that I could play constructed, and then also buy this card that I didn't really need, but just to have it as a collect, because I made $20 a week in allowance. Yeah, I've showed them before. They've done 2 actually. Right here. You probably can't see that. Nightmare, Twilight, then with Rarity, I think the last one. Yeah. You can use them in Commander if your group like lets you, but I mean Commander is a lot less structured like that. Anyways, Commander is meant to be a casual way of playing, which is one of the reasons a lot of these cards shot up in price, because suddenly you could play like a legitimized casual type of constructed, and it got really popular. But I mean, like, the problem is that some of these cards are like so wait, where is it? Until end of turn, another target creature gains protection from each color in... Wait. Reveal a toy, a My Little Pony toy you own. Until end of turn, another target creature gains protection from each color in that toy's coat, mane, and outfit. Generally speaking, that's not happening in a game of Magic, but that's, that's fun, I guess. But I have never removed these from the box. Actually, I suppose that was the last thing I bought just for the sake of having it, because I never planned on using them. They were $50, and I'm like, dude, these are gonna be worth way more than $50 eventually. I think they're like generally somewhere between the sets, somewhere between like $2 and $250 now, if you want to get it as a set in near mint condition. I don't plan on reselling it, but like that's part of collecting. All right, sorry. I had to share that because that is, in meme world, that is peak. I'm so glad they did that. Because they very easily could have just not done that. And not, you know, we're not going to make memes for Magic the Gathering. We're above that. Nope. Nope. They have a sense of humor. Excellent. Well, they're going to take my money. Oh, somebody's going to take my money. Right, but where could that be?
What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already?
Not at all.
Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy?
This shows where the victim was killed. Oh, but they're releasing a Final Fantasy set in June. We'll probably be done with this by June. But once we're done with that, you might actually see me for the first time on this channel do some Magic the Gathering content if I like draft some Final Fantasy stuff online, because I am so excited for it. So I can't remember the last time I've been so excited to play Magic. It's been a very, very long time. Oh, it's gonna be so fun.
Take that!
Secret hideout the rebels were using.
The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor on that of that chamber.
You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway.
What did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout?
God. How is it possible to secrete this much fluid from your fucking nose? At some point, it has to stop. It just, you can't have it anymore, right? Just stop. Body. Stop. I put like 5 horse pills of Allegra into you, and you still insist. I hate it. This is what the victim saw in his final moments.
Take that!
Shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. Well, okay, so I don't think it's necessarily surprising that there was a secret rebel hideout. What would really get the reaction is when they find out where it was. As you can see, there are 2 distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
Why? Oh, he's gonna bring up the sound.
That does not agree with this.
Oh no, he says that does agree. That's what I'm just expecting.
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same.
I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout.
Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? Well, there's the blood. 1. I've already shown you the evidence.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at this second version of the... God damn it, just say take a look at this photograph. Don't tease me like that. Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. Again, trust me on this. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab.
Is this true?
This information has already been provided to the police.
Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong?
We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside. But Okay, well, first of all, we already had that piece of evidence that contradicts that. But also, to that specific area? Wouldn't have had to have, like, splashed everywhere? Why would that have happened? Doesn't the water come in from out in? Or from in out? Hey, look at this second version. It shows the exact same version. We have it on good authority that there are how many errors or whatever. They're the same picture. We haven't tested it yet.
You must do so at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please.
The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perez Zealot, just like the defense claims. Oh no, our case!
Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber.
Okay, but if the police knew about it, shouldn't he have also known about it? And if he did, that's his fucking fault. Like, the police still should have tested it, don't get me wrong. But, like, he had the ability then to be like, this should probably be tested. Instead of blaming somebody else.
There I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight.
I just think he wants to talk at her for 8 hours.
I'm really sorry, but please anything but that. I fucking can't stand you.
Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for.
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but
Go for it. It's full speed ahead.
Maya's like, fuck her up. I don't care. Fuck her anyways. I don't even know who she is.
The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead. Ah! That's not all. Oh no, that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing.
And that would be
How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. Points to how the time of death was. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. What, wasn't it the weather? I feel like this is super obvious, and I'm just not. Like, it's the weather, isn't it? I feel like that's not right.
Take that!
No. And so, because we talked about it being cold.
Made to appear later.
Take that!
Pass? Imagine saying that in open court. This points to how the time of death was made to appear than it actually was. With the flower, not the dagger yet. This shows that he was, because the water was red before they got there. They immediately think, oh, that's fucking weird. But is it?
Take that!
Honestly, I'm fucking stumped here. Because I thought we were talking about how, like, the cold would do that. And it's fucking cold out because there's snow everywhere, as you can see. Wait.
Take that!
Oh. Yeah? Okay, yep.
Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum.
I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. You see how the snow had been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. That's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. Okay, so that's a huge leap. Like, I picked it because I was like, okay, well, at least they show the snow here. It could have something to do with the bank. But, like, that's still a huge leap. Especially since there's, like, no other indication that, like, I guess there didn't necessarily have to be any blood. But if he was still bleeding, there's, like, no blood on that area. Although, I guess there could be, and we just didn't Lunal test it. So that's possible. That's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
That's enough!
The time was mistaken, and the place too. Just what do you believe that proves?
That my client is innocent.
What of her fingerprints on the dagger and the plume punisher theme the victim heard?
Well, I can satisfy that one for you.
You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence.
Ugh, I see your point.
Wasn't that your big chance, Nick?
Now I'm gonna die because of you. I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you.
Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them.
Really? Even though I was there and I already talked with Rayfa about it? She has to point it out to me because I'm fucking stupid? God damn it, Phoenix.
What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Well then, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at that rebel hideout photo. The one that you went to, and the thing that you specifically had a conversation with Rafa about! Oh, I cannot stand. Maya does not have to be the one to point this out. That's why this is so frustrating. Phoenix could very easily be like, oh, I think we have one way of figuring it out, and it's just, it might just be in the rebel hideout photo. Maya doesn't have to be the person that says this. For like, oh, the player has to figure it out. The player's been through all of this. Stop treating us like idiots. Give us some fucking credit. Like, it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary to make Phoenix look this stupid. And that is what really pisses me off. Remember when Phoenix outplayed Kristoff so hard he went insane? Yeah. Boy, those days feel so long gone. Jesus fucking Christ. It's throwing it in our face. It's just fucking throwing it in our face. Sometimes I need to bite myself. Just a little bit to myself to relax. Something like this would work, and it's worked in the past this way, if Maya had been with us. Okay, whatever. Phoenix looks dumb for not remembering that, but Maya was there, so that makes sense. Maya wasn't even there. She's probably seen that photograph like twice during this whole thing when I'm shuffling through it. Well, she's been sitting there staring at it and studying it. That just makes him look so much worse. The Plume Punisher theme. We can invalidate that. The Plume Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Now she's looking like an idiot too, because we talked to her about this. I think. Didn't we specifically talk about the clock? Because that, like, made her burst in, right? And she, like, wasn't supposed to come in. Since the murder happened in the Rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song, other than my client, Strap. That's funny. It hasn't really been put in a way like that yet, but they've used that term for it, but not sure if our international viewers are aware. But if you're saying something, it's a strap. In the U.S., that might mean a firearm, not a
Like an actual... So... Oh yeah, there's that too. Didn't even think about that.
It wasn't the strap! Is this true?
The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. The fucking Plume Punisher!
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that she pressed the button accidentally on her own strap? There is literally enough, like, the same amount of evidence for either one. Oh, hey! Wow! Wow! How did Phoenix go from the stupidest man alive to saying exactly what I was saying in a matter of 10 lines? Maybe that speaks to me. What proof do you have? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles.
Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened.
Ugh. Won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger.
Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case.
No, there is one.
What's this?
Yeah, you're fucking blind, dude.
You can still claim there to be an inconsistency?
Huh. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same.
Oh God, are we are we dealing with the fucking what was it, case 2? Where it's like you stabbed this motherfucker up here when he was standing? Why?
Objection!
It's weird that they got rid of heavy. I mean, they have to, because the problem is that if he ends up pushing too much on the stone slab, we know it would have fallen over. So then what was heavy? If the murderer was no longer pressing against him or whatever. Oh, wait a second.
Objection!
Oh, did it fall on him? Could it have been heavy because somebody was pushing on it from the other side? And he only felt pain once he fell. Oh, wait, do I need to be on the same fucking... I have to be on the same, like, little tab, too, right? Like, here.
Objection!
Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, now let me consider, if that's true, am I one step ahead of the game? In which case, what would they want me to figure out before that? Problem is, I have no evidence to back this up. This is just speculation at this point. So I am missing a step, I feel. Because, like, okay, so I guess the evidence is this, and this isn't, it's not direct evidence, though. He has hand impressions on the moss. We know that slab is not very like solidly like on the like it wobbles. Its balance is bad. Excuse me. Its balance is horrible. So, in order for him to press hard enough on the stone slab to make an imprint with his hands, somebody likely would have had to have been like pressing against it from the other side as well. But I have no actual evidence of that other than how, like, posing the question of how were the imprints made. That doesn't do it. See what Maya says. I can't find any inconsistencies. Don't give up. I mean, what about that insight? You know, the one that said the victim stood with his hands on the slab. Oh. Something about that doesn't seem to match up with the deceased sensations. Oh, he should have... Wait. There's no... Shouldn't he have felt it? Like, touched?
What?
Objection!
Not the site.
Objection!
Victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. He was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. The question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Okay, so this is what I was saying in the first place, but I needed to have done it on the first slide statement, the first statement. Which makes sense because that's describing the fact that he was supposed to have his hands against the stone slab, which then why did it become heavy as opposed to what I did, which was where did the heaviness go that had originally been there, which I don't think is wrong, but I guess this way actually gets to where I was talking about before, where it's not really, it's not direct evidence, but so how do I bring this up in a way that's actually going to help the case? And it appears this way. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from?
Yes, I see your point.
Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down.
Eep! Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim?
What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Okay. This one, I think we know what it is, but I can see this is something where it's not as dumb that he's asking the question. Or at least thinking about it aloud. Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? How did they possibly cause an imprint when it was so wobbly? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation?
Oh, Mr. Wright, you have an answer for us.
Of course. I just envision the state of Zealot was in when he was killed. Are we just gonna keep, like, using his fake name, I guess? Like, this is literally his fraud name. It was fraud. This isn't a matter of just like, I wish to be identified now as Zealots. It is, I am doing this so that you don't know who I really am. The cause of the heavyweight. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh! The stone slab came falling down at him, crushing him underneath. Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt. While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him. Why not? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together.
Oh, would you care to explain?
Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell onto the victim? Well, he could have died. They could have lifted the slab up. They could have turned him around and then stabbed him in the neck. Why is that so? Am I an idiot? Am I the idiot here? Why does that seem so like, how did that even happen? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. With the slab on top of him, yeah. Well, but what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? Oh, what was the real murder weapon then? Better think of something. The murder weapon wasn't the dagger. The dagger must have been plunged in the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. He was stabbed in the same place twice. Yes. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Will the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the... Could the same thing that we've already chosen have had something in its hand, I don't know, that's dagger-shaped? Who would have thought? He just looked at it! Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Oh, it wasn't the... Okay. That makes significantly more sense, actually. Because I was like, okay, well, that does look like a dagger, so I guess that could be it. But it also would have had to have been an actual knife under that sheath. So it was actually the beak or whatever. Or the statue when it was turned around. That makes way more sense. Something that had a shape similar to the Warbond dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein?
This is what really took Praise Zealot's life. Fucking statue.
That is the
Warbond statue? Exactly. Well, not the clock, the dagger that it's holding, but also, yes, ideally, that's not housing a dagger. Although, most of them also aren't housed in a rebel hideout. So, you could see them, in theory, putting an actual knife there just in case it would ever need to be used. Is that super convoluted? Absolutely. The Warbond statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life. You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbond statue also functions as the hideout's door. Okay, now the fact that everybody knows that it's this should be eliciting a reaction. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo? Put it simply, it's a revolving door. And more concisely.
Revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense.
Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. I mean, he could have been there for a while, too. He didn't have to have just entered. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the warbod statue was right behind him. This cannot be!
That's enough!
But the accused fingerprints were found in the on the dagger. He had held it while rehearsing for the Wright. Jesus Christ, which is when her prints got on it. Ugh.
This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the warbod statue was what killed the victim.
Wow, he accepted that really fast. Just like the whole, oh yeah, he's an illegal immigrant. That is a fucking horrifying way to die. Okay, have any of you seen the show 6 Feet Under? That's how like some of those fucking deaths happened, and you're like, oh lord, that is unfortunate and also terrible. What was the thing that they did? They like put, was it around your they put like a box with they could put rats in it around like your waist or your head or something, and like put something on you so that the rats would like eat through you. Yeah, at least it was fairly quick. Now that we know how Acolyte Zealot really met his demise, a metal bucket of, okay, that's even worse somehow. Then heat up the stomach to make the rats panic, and then they have to eat through you. That's fucking crazy. People are evil, man. Jesus Christ. There's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. That will only die one time. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. Well, she's not. The seance itself wasn't wrong ever. Her insights are what sucked. Like, no, nothing about what we saw was proven to be incorrect. It's just the interpretations were bad. That's one thing I don't understand about the whole incontrovertible truth. Well, how could it be if it's just your interpretation? Flaying is pretty fucking terrible too. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Ugh. You understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Oh, not necessarily. You could have been right some of the time. You're always wrong. You've just always been wrong in front of me for whatever reason. I have not. That's just a show with too many episodes. I'm just like, I'm never going to be able to get through all that.
It's just, we'll never start One Piece for that reason. Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color is drained from your face.
Well, right. So she comes in with a bias, she gives an insight, and then she says it's an incontrovertible truth. Well, what you're showing us apparently is, because that's what you're showing us has never been proven wrong, but your interpretations of it have been proven wrong. So if it's you who has a bias, why would you think the way you interpret it must be correct? Well, it could just be their commentary on religion in general, but we won't get into that. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me.
As you wish.
Aw, she's so sad. I feel kind of bad for her.
Well then, I would have the defense continue. This beatdown. Please explain what you have learned that we know how the... Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died.
Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbod dagger was thrust into him. Make it look like the murder weapon.
That does seem to agree with what we now know, but why would the real killer go to such lengths?
I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was a crime committed for fun. That might have been the easiest multiple choice these games have ever presented. A warning from the Twilight Realm, committed for funsies, real answer. Yeah, I think that's the big thing. Because now she's like, have I sent a lot of people to their deaths that didn't actually do it? That's pretty fucked up. But also, again, it's not that it's possible she wasn't always wrong, but even getting it wrong once and knowing that you sent an innocent person to their death can be enough to absolutely devastate someone. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case.
They did?
That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Your reasoning has more holes in it than the cheese you foreigners so enjoy. Oh, hey, relax. I don't care what your opinion is of me. You do not need to bring cheese into this, because cheese is fucking delicious. Oh, God. You know what? People ask me frequently, like, oh, Wisconsin, you have all this cheese. Like, what kind of special cheese you got? I'm gonna fucking show you some special cheese we got. So, oh, I lost we don't have the label for this one. So this is a truffle Gouda. And oh my God, is this shit delicious. Oh. Oh, it sounds... Oh, I love it. I love it so much. And then we have Yeah, this one is. Oh, it's flipped. Hold on. It flipped the right way now. Yeah, okay, there we go. The rattlesnake is cheddar with tequila and habanero peppers. It is spicy and delightful. Like, you can see, like that looks like some spicy ass cheese, right? Oh. Oh, I'm glad we started talking about cheese and I remembered that I had cheese. Good cheese. So, I am generally aware that my spicy tolerance is well above average. The thing is that my wife's was. That's something we could share. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, over the past, 2 months, her spicy tolerance has fallen off a cliff. And it sucks because, we used to both be able to eat spicy foods, but now I have to get spicy for me. She has to get something that's not spicy for her instead. But yeah, they have a, it was, oh my God. I had the strangest cheese there I've ever had in my life. Let me describe this cheese to you. It was a jalapeno mango, I think. It didn't taste like jalapeno or mango. It had a little bit of spice to it, but it was on 1 to 3 was their scale. It was a 1. But all the others are 0. So there's still some spice there. I shit you not. It tasted like a Starburst. It was fun to try, but I was not going to be purchasing that particular cheese anytime soon because I don't want my cheese tasting like a Starburst. And I'm not exaggerating. It tastes like a Starburst candy with some spice to it. I'm not gonna forget that anytime soon. So anyways, I got that when I went away last weekend. I do have some wine too. I got how many bottles of wine? I think I got a full case of 12. I drank 2. I was up there. Plus all the wine tastings. I drank too much alcohol last. But I don't regret anything. Your reason he has more holes in it than that. Oh yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. A cat that was given to him by the gods. Well, I gave you a different meow in that upcoming video, so I'll give a more refined. Yeah. Yeah. Might pick that one up. I don't even know. That is not a that is a roar, sir. Yeah, I want take another piece of fucking truffle. I don't want too many spicy things, then I have to go to bed. The thing. Whew. What?
Like those putrid whole.
Oh. Woo. Woo. This guy's an idiot. Imagine feeling that way about cheese. How awful must your taste buds be to have this opinion? Dudes only had Swiss, which is like literally the most neutral tasting cheese you can have. Well, I guess no, that's mozzarella. Mozzarella. Oh man, a really good fresh mozzarella though. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, right? We don't have hootenannies in Wisconsin. That's more of a, like a Iowa thing.
Like those putrid hole riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love.
But seriously, like, I got clumps of curds here and none of them have holes in it.
Your reasoning, much like your putrid hole riddled brain, has putrefied.
Just deal with things going putrid. I was just gonna say, you use that word a lot. What's up, Switcher? That still might be my absolute favorite chat address and greeting I've ever seen in my life. Hello, fellow sex havers.
Okay.
There we go. Who needs one of those, what do they call those things? Like, cat charm things? When you have Switcher's cat here, blessing us all. Have you guys done any, Verdansk yet? I couldn't play with Drew and Ren on Thursday, but they're like 2 games, 2 wins, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. Our games are gonna be great. From his own brilliance brain. At least I'm not aware of that being a thing from someone else. I did mitosis wrong. I'm never gonna make that mistake again in my life. What are you talking about? It happened once. Never again. I assure you.
You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows.
Well, that's the thing. You can't end on a dub, unfortunately, because if you win, you have to keep going. That's how that works. Unless you, like, set a time. You're like, all right, no matter how many dubs we get, we have to stop at 6 a.m. Because that's just tomfoolery otherwise.
Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the rites. But Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab towards him. Toward, with no S. And we know the rest.
I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life.
The high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day. He realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him.
I believe Prosecutor Sadmati had proposed a compelling scenario. Defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? Why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things.
The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. The dagger with her fingerprints on it. It mattered more that she warned the rebels than not get caught.
Jesus Christ.
Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons.
That is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see.
No! Is the judge convinced too? Well, yeah, he's the last person to talk. Thought I'd finally made some headway.
Oh, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not?
Groan of distress? Kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya.
Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death now that awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace.
This seems grossly biased from the judge.
A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Quran?
I mean, if your fucking country weren't idiots and somehow considered prosecutors different from lawyers, sure. Even though you're the same fucking person, you're just on the other side of the courtroom. God, such a stupid way of defining things.
But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death.
Now, marauding zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout, and who could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. The only person who was involved with the rite had access to the sanctum, and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind?
Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? Yeah, he's fucking dead. What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Submani will have this one in the bag. I just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Magistrate, I believe there is another suspect in Pure's zealot's murder.
Objection.
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything.
Does such a figure truly exist?
Well, not anymore. In history.
Tell us, who might that be?
I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is...
Take that!
Oop. Had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideouts. And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the rite. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Like, bruh, just because somebody's dead doesn't mean they couldn't have committed a murder. That's such a fucking brain-dead, asinine, stupid way of approaching that. Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. Only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. Like, don't you think I would prefer he were alive? Jesus Christ. What? Do I have something on my face? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. Oh, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Magistrate, dead men do tell tales. Oh, here we go! Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony.
His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify?
There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as a channeling. And Maya can do it better than any person in your entire population. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling.
What did you just say?
Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane?
This is sacrilege! May the Holy Mother strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing! But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garan can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure.
I suspected as much. That means our only hope is the fucking person that's accused. Maya sitting there like, it's Maya? No idea. Fucking no idea. Oh, never mind. She knows perfectly well. Good. Good. Let's go. Because I thought she was about to be like, you what? It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret. She's telling you to do it. That's what you need to do. Why are you protesting all of a sudden? I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Kurine. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. No, everybody will just be mad because you're so much better than them. This is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Kurine. We don't have any other choice now, do we? It's either die or not become Master of Kurine. If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Kurine. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. Oh, he's about to get... Even Her Benevolence, Princess Rafa, finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen?
I mean, maybe he will say that like, bro, I'm dead. Like, not to be like, why did you call me, bro? You're fucking dead. Even in death. Even in death. That would be me. Is this some sort of joke? Foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is capable of such a feat. It's just the two people, by the way.
Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes. Yes, I can.
Now, your majesty, we'd like you to perform. We'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence.
This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First you make a mockery of the defined seance, and now spirit channeling?
Your benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right.
Poor devils, I say they should be put to death immediately!
Again, just the same two people, by the way.
Still your voices! Barbed head spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you have proposed?
Yes, I am.
Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling?
I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot.
That I don't think is very lawful. Very well then, okay. You guys might as well put the fucking revolvers to the back of our heads now then. Or spears, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you guys do to kill us.
Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit?
Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits?
I know they have guns. That doesn't mean that's what they use to execute you.
Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present.
I mean, are all monarchies? Well, no, because it's not the queen that's making that decision. Wouldn't it have to? If the queen said it, it has to be lawful, right? It would be legal, but not necessarily if the princess orders it. Or do I not understand monarchies? I don't know. I live in a free democracy, so I have no fucking idea what that's like. Such a fucking douchebag. Oh, I am just a piece of shit. Even if it's most, then we're still not sure, though. It's dependent. Now you guys know! Oh, it's sad. Funny and true, but funny in the sad way and true. Okay, now your responses are just making me sad. So,
well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power.
That is a relief indeed. Sounds like a load of bullshit, but whatever.
These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet.
She fucking painted that thing and came in like, well, okay, maybe not, because she wouldn't have known, right? She would have had to have prepared that just in case somebody ever claimed to be a spirit channeler. And she probably didn't have that at the ready.
Let's not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence.
Very well, the accused may channel the High Priest's spirits. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned.
Is that a Turkish saying or like your specific area? Sorry, Maya, but this is the only way. Sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right. Before she started training, your success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. What's the fucking point of the training if it's not gonna help? You're sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing, actually doing it is another.
Right, but the point of training is to help make sure that when you do it, it is more successful. Uh-oh.
I got this, Nick. 30% of the time. It works. Every time.
She fails to channel the high spree. Oh, God. Surprised I was able to last 4 hours. Terrible. I wanted to make sure that I pushed, though, because next weekend, well, maybe I'll stream on Friday. I have a wedding on Saturday. Weddings in Wisconsin do not end early. Especially the ones with open bars. But maybe I could stream Friday. Even if it's incomplete training, even if it's not perfect training, it should still, if it is training, it should be bettering your ability to do something. And if it doesn't, then it's not training. Then it's just doing random stuff that is adding nothing. It's less common for people to not have open bar here. Yeah. We have problems. We have problems. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Yeah, on the fucking spot. Why? I read that sentence twice, and each time it made me sneeze.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget.
Okay, I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Well, if it's in a bad way, we're not going to forget anything because we're going to be dead, so...
Once we hear Abbot Envy's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so... I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as that. They are ready for you. Please return to the heart of justice at once. I got my trigger finger ready for when it's time to kill you idiots. Okay, Ma, I'm counting on you.
You got it. Here we go.
Ah, Superintendent Chalmers. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon. Something stupid, something dangerous, something irresponsible. It's good that you were able to finally let rip for once.
We have received official approval For the accused to channel a spirit here today.
Delightfully devastating, Yuta. Oh my god. What is it? Aurora Borealis at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. No, there's one more. There was three things, isn't it? Before localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. I should get that book of the death right now. This time of year. Okay. Because I said this time of day, right? You said this time of day, this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. he actually dropped, like, the subtlety of the Simpson dialogue. He, like, lying his ass off, but he still had the wherewithal to add, like, that little before the no to make it more believable as to, like, this is happening. But unfortunately, I can't give you permission to go in my kitchen to see this. And so you're just like, oh. Also, that's the best yes in fiction, in my opinion. Like, ever. Yes. Anytime I want to respond with the word yes, I want to respond exactly in that way. And sometimes I actually will. Come on, Maya, I'm counting on you. I've been studying here in Khura'in for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Khura'in, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Man, if she's throwing all this shit out and she doesn't summon, that's gonna suck. Oh, she seems really confident. Neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? It'd be bad funny for everyone except for Phoenix and her. Oh, God. Oh. Very well, if you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. O spirit of trust in me, return now to the world of the living. That other line, too. I thought they were going to voice her. They voiced the other two characters. Oh, this oh. Okay. Oh. So wait. Okay. It was one thing when it was Maya, or not Maya, Mia. But like, does she have like a mix of the voices now, of like the her voice and his voice, or is it just his voice? I don't know how it fucks the vocal cords. So I could either talk like this for the rest of the time, where it's like kind of Maya but also kind of a guy, or give him just kind of like what I was doing with his wife, actually, or give him a entirely different dude voice.
Just his. I'm gonna be honest, Tal, I don't know how to do that. Okay, so I gotta give him a voice. What the fuck did I do? Got excited and knocked it over. Reverent. But it's gotta be different from, like, the judge. But it can't be like... Although, also, to be honest, however I sound today is going to sound very different next time because it's... My voice is so fucked right now. With all the allergies going on in my nose. I'm not doing that. Honestly, that voice is really difficult. I don't know what it is, just like, it's tiring. The problem with my deeper voices is that they don't fucking pick up on the mic unless I'm like super close. A non-British Sholmes voice, but that's what makes the Sholmes voice Sholmes. I don't even know, how do I do that without a British accent? What is this place? I guess that's fine. Oh my! No! This cannot be! Dog, he is fucking broad-ass shouldered. Jesus Christ. I don't believe it! The accused spiritual loves the room too! Go, Maya! I do not understand! This cannot be! This simply cannot be! I must step out now before I forget myself! Have it in me! Will this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Have it in me. My, but if it isn't his majesty, have you two shuffled off that mortal coil? I feel like I'm an older Sadmati now, which I guess that's not bad. Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling? Right. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. Gorgeous! When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments, I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Coiffure? Coiffure? Is that how that's pronounced? Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste. And by taste, I mean my testicles. They kind of just, anyways, if you would excuse me. Is it really too snug? I mean, you're kind of thin as it is. Okay.
There, that is better.
Could we get to his testimony now? This is going to be a huge problem when they switch back.
I wish he kept his top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. Is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here?
Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf?
What the fuck is going on? What the okay. Whoa. Oh, good Lord. Have mercy.
I've been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed.
Ah! What's with that crazy pose?
Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the loneliest of monks can achieve such body control with proper training.
Oh, I wonder if I'll be able to do that someday. That's not what I'm concerned about right now.
Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest?
I'd be happy to. So I'm decided on FAP for sure. Your disciple, Perez Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. The crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum.
Acolyte Zealot? He's been killed. Who would do such a thing?
Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh, good God. That is, not even getting into the foot part, which is absolutely upsetting. This whole thing is just off-putting. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing.
You think he had mastered such an advanced prayer prose? He's still worthy of veneration, even if he is a rebel.
Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Yeah, it would have been fine, but it wouldn't have been me either. So, that's just how it is.
Oh my. Have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate.
Why did you, a devout priest of Crainism, join the rebellion?
Objection.
The High Priest has come back for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions?
Oh, right.
Abbott and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory's a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. Okay. Right. But Prosecutor Sadmati just said, can you do your best? How is that not consistent with it's hazy? Okay, it's hazy. Can you still try your best? It's not telling you to do it perfect. What the fuck was that objection?
It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey.
Motherfucker, we are about to box, but that's a problem, obviously. I've been boxing Maya.
The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct.
No! What about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you?
Know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own.
An alibi? Seriously? Okay, actually, I would be laughing my ass off at this point if I were the judge. This is just completely off the rails at this point, right? Anyway, so why not?
It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him, the fucking fool. No weapon in me. Your testimony, if you please.
Yes, yes, of course. I have an alibi.
That is where we'll end it for today. Hopefully finishing next week. That would be great. Great, right? So the plan, again, is to do it Friday. So just 24 hours prior to when you would normally stream. The reason I don't do Fridays is because I usually work late on Fridays. Because I do everything ass backwards. So it's possible that it won't be a full stream, maybe like 3 hours, but I guess we'll see. That's still probably better than nothing, because I don't want to not stream next week. So that'll be my plan. Start off with this crazy shit. That's gonna be, put a pep in my step right away when we fire stream up right away. So yeah, hopefully I'm feeling better as well, so you don't have to hear me talk like this and voice people with these boogers in my nose the entire time, because I'm sure that sounds wonderful. Fucking spring. Fuck spring. Anyways. Have a good night, everybody. Again, watch out for Friday. I'll make sure to post the preview thing or whatever so that you know that it'll happen as opposed to just springing it on you. So, all right. Have a good night, everybody. See you next time.